Hello, and welcome to another One Line of Code. I am One Lion. Check out this rainy scene in the background. Oh man, that looks nice. This is in Roskilde, Denmark, in September of this year. Oh man, look at that beautiful rain. Ah, so nice. So nice. Oh, I guess I should give you more of a chance to see it. Anyway, hi, welcome in. Welcome to another One Line of Code. I am One Line, and this stream is just going to get started. So I've been working on the UI for the data import utility that I've been trying to get done for quite a while now, and it should be done by now, but that's okay. We're still making progress. I really don't remember where we left off last, so I'm just going to keep going with where I left off this morning. And so I'm switching over to this computer, so hopefully everything works the way that it did on the computer that I was working on. I haven't tried running it to see the UI or anything yet, but we'll fix any quirks. Samples, .NET Watch. But hi, welcome in. Hope you're having a fantastic Monday. Hope your weekend went fantastically and wonderfully and marvelously. Yeah. Make sure it opens in the right browser. Oh, tasty. Love water. So, what is this error? This has happened quite a bit when I'm switching computers. I suddenly get an error, and I think it has to do with the cached version that was on this computer. Yeah, so when I refresh, it's fine. Okay, so we're back to this look and feel, except now I have been, hello Dickasoft, now I have been putting the components in a more finalized way, I guess, and styling them better. So just to show the functionality is somewhat back. I still haven't finished with the passing down the information to the child components yet. Apparently, I totally thought that I did, but I haven't yet. Open file location. So I'm dragging and dropping a file. File loads, and here you can see the default styles of the table. So what I ended up doing is telling the table to pretty much everything that has a standard UI look and feel. I have this O1L library style class, and essentially if you tell this component when you're using it, data file mapper, it's the data file mapper. If you tell it to something about deploy default CSS false, then what that will do is it will remove that class from everything that is individually styled. What it will do is it will remove that class from everything that is individually styled, and so none of the styles will apply anymore, because that class is the thing that all the styles and child styles are dependent on. So that is specific to inputs, that's specific to buttons, the input button type file or input type file that I've styled to look like a button. The table styles, the flyout style. But that means that the developer who is using this library and telling it not to use the default styles will provide the styling themselves. That's true by default, allows default styles, which you can see then we get our styles back once hot reload applies. Oh, it's not gonna work. Hot reload really has been very hit and miss on this project, and you can see it's still not applying. Yeah, it's doing some really weird stuff. I've had to stop and restart a lot. I've even done the Control F5 just to see if that experience was better for CSS autosync, and it has not been. And it kind of feels like it's been ever since the previous Visual Studio update, the one just before the .NET 9 release. But that's okay. And actually, one thing that I forgot is that it seems like it is whenever I use a source generator library. So if I have a source generator library, then it has a lot more trouble with hot reload. And I think it's because it doesn't really treat this as a dependency. So it's trying to build the source generator when it does the hot reload, locks the file, retries a couple times, and then by the time the browser refresh happens, it doesn't pick up the changes. It's really weird. But anyway, so these are the styles. I had to finagle the header. Man, my throat. So one thing you'll notice in the header is that it does have a thicker border, and that's because I have this inner header wrapper class inside of each of the THs, And that's because if I didn't have that, if I had my typical styling of table T head, position sticky, top 0, so that the header stays in place, the grid lines, the borders on the THs or anything in the T head would scroll with the content, even though the header would stay in place. And I have that exemplified here in CodePen, which apparently I'm not logged into. So this is what I normally do. And I don't know if you can tell, but if you look here on the horizontal border, it's either going to be the TH border top or this top section's entire TR border bottom. It's both of them, but you can see the text behind it because the borders don't actually stay in place. And then for the vertical ones, it looks like it stays in place, but what's actually happening is that it's going up. So let's say that we made those borders pink. So pink is not a good one. You can't really tell. Where did it go? Dang it. Let's go with orange. Hello, Clayman. How are you doing? Oh my goodness. An amazing developer showing up on our stream. I'll do a shout out for you now, but I'd rather do one when there are more people watching. But if you have not seen a Clayman dev stream, you are missing out. Check out Epic Hero Game on Steam. I think I finally made a command. Oh yeah, that's right. Dukabot made a command. So check it out on Steam. It's awesome. He is like focusing in on the nitty-gritty stuff in his most recent streams. I've been there and lurking, but I've just been pretty quiet because I'm really busy in the mornings working on this. Here you can see the border turn yellow, but that's because the original border gets pushed up. And so anyway, here was one fix for it, which is to make the THs and TDs display table and then fixed width and this weird stuff, and then make only the body scrollable, but then we get this two vertical scroll bar issue, and then the offset because the table headers and the table content do not line up. So I could do some finagling, like let's say scroll bar gutter preserve or something like that. I forget what the setting is, so that it scoots everything over, and then I could finagle the bottom to do the same thing. And I don't know, it's just annoying as annoying gets. And then the ultimate decision that I made was, instead of doing T head position sticky, or no, I still did the T head position sticky, but I put the border on a container inside of each of the THs. And that seems to work just fine. And here you can see the same issue with the scroll bar. Not scroll bar, with the vertical borders getting pushed up. But as long as the vertical borders in the rest of the table are the same as the vertical borders in the header, shouldn't be too big of an issue. But what I ended up doing in the actual application here, the reason that it looks thicker is because I have a full border around the container and then that border in the middle. So it kind of looks like a 3-pixel border. Epic Clay game. But yeah, I hope you had a fantastic weekend, Clay. Yeah, I'm just doing my job. And of course, if any of you have any input on what I'm doing, I'll either note it or take the advice right away and apply it if I can. but that's where the UI is at. I did get the flyout styled. I got the preview table styled, but there is no data in the preview table. And as you can see, there are no selections in the flyout here. I need to update. I need to update the table here so that the column headers also have this header wrapper. So let me do that real quick. We'll do that first. That's this one, T head, and instead of text, you're all going to be dives, and they're going to be div class header wrapper. Yes, it is. You're absolutely right. Hello, Reg. Thanks for the throwback to 2022 when I had this exact problem. Have you come up with any better solutions than just wrapping or putting a container inside of the TH? I hear that JavaScript is a good way to do it, but it's just not gonna work for me. That looks terrible. Why are you... That's very interesting. Why do you have a gap when you should have the border collapse? You should have the exact same styling as this table. That's very odd. Not really, I think I used the data grid plugin instead. Oh yeah. Yeah, and that's one thing that I wanted to look at is what if I used the Fluent API? No, Fluent UI. The Blazor Component Library that is provided by Microsoft, and then just take a look at what they did for the grid for the fixed head kind of stuff. What I could do is instead of using a table, I could use a gosh, but how would I make only the body scrollable? I could use a container div and make it a display grid, and then have a grid header and a grid body. But the header and the body would not have the same grid width dimensions because they would be two individual containers for them as well, in order to make it to where only the body is scrollable. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I did still at least get them to apply the styles for the THs and T head. So that's cool. Here's my TD. Wait, that's the table. We need this one, please. So TR, or table with class ONL library style, T-head, TR, TH, and then the wrapper for the header content. So that does, it still does what I want it to. I just don't know where this gap is coming from. Actually, I am not seeing the table styles being applied. So this should have border collapse. What's going on there? What's going on there? So this element, this elephant here, is probably what I was just now working on styling. Yeah, okay, so table with ONL library style. And I'm using ONL kind of as a prefix, and for one line. Head of T, head of IT. And IT. So we're getting our table generic head. I get it now. A little slow on the draw. Don't mind me. Maybe I spelled it incorrectly. O1L library style inside of our field mapper editor component. Yeah, so I don't know why they didn't take the new styles. Yes, I do. Number one is, are you actually compiling? I didn't think so. There you go. Okay, so that should be good now. Hello, TBD Gamer. Fantastic stream this morning. Making progress. As always, TBD Gamer is a fantastic .NET developer working on a platform called Liquid Sky. It is a product management and planning platform, but right now he's working on the deployment part of it, where he's trying to get his API deployed, get some messaging. Is it messaging? What's the actual term for the thing that you're trying to get set up with your SQL server and being able to send commands to it? I was semi paying attention. Not fully though, disfortunately. Just so much to do, you know. Telepathy. I don't remember. You were paying more attention than I was, Snubble. And also, hi. Trying to create a job so I can run the necessary scripts. That's what it was. It was just a job. These songs, man. Oh. I love them so much. Are you gonna run? Are you going to run or are you going to crawl? See, what is this? Why you do this? Okay, are you actually getting the styles yet? So table O1L, yes, we got the border collapse, and T head is now going to have the Z index, position sticky, and then these header wrappers are going to have their styles stuff. Cool. Fantastic. Excellent. Dukesoft says you can have wait, first TBD was talking about trying to create a job so I can run the scripts necessary. Dukesoft said you can have my job. It involves WordPress though. TBD says no. You can have my job. It involves not WordPress. And Clay says I'll take both of your guys' jobs. As long as it pays, it's not. Dukesoft says I love not WordPress. Best technology ever. Okay, so we have this. I need to get some content in here. I don't know why my mappable fields aren't showing up. The other thing that I need in here are my default button styles. So I am going to import my button mixins. And hello, high-tech redneck. Says, looks more fun than I'm having. Display this field, but only if the data equals a specific value and it's for a specific type of location, but only do anything based on the Ajax response that could time out or randomly get an error that the table doesn't exist. That does not sound fun, but I do wish you the best. We're gonna add some button. Oh no. Do I not have a container on this? I do have a container on this. Oh, thank goodness. But is the container actually... Oh, no, it's not. This is on the flyout itself. Right, because the flyout is the only thing that has the buttons, not the editor. The editor is just an editor. And the only other div is the value config wrapper. Okay, so I'm gonna have to remember this. I'm just putting it here so that I can remember. that this is where the parent styles are going to go. But the flyout is needing to get styled. That's not the flyout isolated CSS. So you're the one that actually needs the, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. If you are wanting a quick rundown of what I'm working on, I can definitely give that to you. Just let me know. Some conversation going on. Snubble said to Clayman, "You never heard of an unemployed Rust dev? Just saying." And then Redneck says, "Par for the course." TBD says, "I'm starting to worry about Redneck and I working at the same place." Oh dear. Redneck says, "Well, there's always that chance." Do you two know each other? Button. Oh wait, I gotta. I think the button is inside of the modal. It has to be. It's in the modal footer. So buttons are going to get button defaults. Button base style, is that what I called it? Button base style. But I also need the styles for button link and for yeah, we'll get to that in a second, because I think that I'm breaking that up incorrectly in my thinking. Oh, that's what I was trying to do. Thank you for the reminder, Brains. I appreciate it. Okay, so we need the modal button. I'll take both of these, please, for 200, Alex. Pass to you. Hey, didn't I copy both? Could have sworn I copied both. I didn't. Put you here. Okay, so that should give us some styling on our buttons once CSS autosync works and actually applies. Good grief. No, I pushed the wrong button. And I can't, this keyboard doesn't have a break button. It'd be really nice if it did, because if you accidentally push build or control F5, you can push alt break or alt shift break and it'll stop the build, but I don't have one. And I even tried to program one of my buttons that I don't use, like the lock button, to be the break button, but that wasn't a choice. I'm like, what's the deal with that? What I meant to do was stop and stare. .NET stare. Break has a use. Break has a lot of uses. We're used to pushing Control C, but pause/break was the original way to do that, I believe. But in Visual Studio, alt break, I don't know what it is, but it shows up in the either the build or the debug menu when you start. Here, I'll show again. Control F5, build, control break, stops the build. My keyboard doesn't have these fancy old style keys. Control break used to be stopping the build, I think. Yep. You got it right. And it still is. I have used it a lot since I have a habit of smacking F11 on accident. Same. So same. But now that I'm talking about it, I may as well rebind it. I wonder what my lock key is actually set to. Logitech options plus. Oh dear, I don't have plus installed. Is that going to be an issue, Logitech? Are you going to let me reprogram my keyboard? So if you're interested, I'm not much of a hardware guy, so I don't have very much information on my hardware, but this is the keyboard that I use. Hello, Logitech options. ¿Dónde fui? I see my trackball. Where is my keyboard? But my keyboard is already connected. What do I need a off on? No? You don't like it? It doesn't want me to add my keyboard. There was this Logitech Options Plus that I had to use for the keyboard when I had to buy a new keyboard because one key broke, and the keycaps, they didn't sell the keycaps individually. And when I was able to get a replacement keycap, the aluminum peg thingy on the actual keyboard base, the one that holds the plastic part, I know they have terms too, the one that has the plastic part of the keyboard, or plastic, the one that holds the plastic part of the keycap on the back, also broke. So even if I were to be able to get the keycap back on there, it doesn't have anything to latch onto. So anyway, I'm going to push this button, and if we go to the lock screen, you're just going to see a black screen, I think. Yeah, okay. It's still lock. I need to... Oh, you didn't even see a black screen. You saw a no screen. That's fun. So I can't use that button. I'm already using Control tilde. Ooh, what if I pushed I don't have any good keystrokes that I can use. Control Shift Pipe. Does that do anything currently? Control Shift Pipe does not do anything, so I am going to use Control Shift Pipe. Keyboard. I would like to make a new one for cancel build. Reverse cancel. What? And I would like to use instead Control Shift Pipe. Well, Control Shift backslash, but Shift backslash is pipe, so I should say Control Pipe. It's set focus to sidebar in Android design. I won't be using that, so I'm good. I'm good. So if I Control Shift B, Control Shift Pipe, now will I remember? Who knows? But let's keep going anyway. We are in the process of making sure that I can see chat everywhere. Styling the fly out buttons. We're trying to get the buttons to get the styles in this fly out, and they are now. Okay, good. Border radius. Border radius needs to be in my default styles. And then I need to define the default styles for button length, button danger, etc., etc. So border radius is going to be 0.4 rems. Button defaults. I don't even have button defaults open. Okay. O1L, use button. Okay, so if anyone has any thoughts on this, I'd be really interested in knowing what your feelings on this are. In order to try to keep this library customizable, I'm using a whole bunch of CSS custom properties. I need to pause this screen. And so the way that I'm doing that is, if you define in your CSS a custom property called O1L button primary background color, then it will use that. Otherwise, it'll fall back to a SAS color, a SAS defined color from color variables. But if this color is defined elsewhere, somewhere above in SAS, then it'll use that one instead. So right now it's saying my default dark is #222, but that's only if it hasn't already been defined. So you have 3 ways to customize this. Number 1 is to tell it, don't apply default styles, I'll style everything myself per component. Number 2 is to override the custom CSS props. And number 3 is to override the custom SAS styles. Or number 4, I guess, is to allow the default styles to go in and just use the same specificity to override the styles in your component, in your usage of it. So I guess 4 ways to customize it. You stay. So Dukasoft loves it. That's cool. Now the thing that I'm struggling with is I'm putting this inside of a mixin because as a component library, I don't want the developer to have to link rel style sheet my output CSS, because they would only want the CSS appropriate to the components that they're using. So I have a lot of isolated CSS, but at the same time, it's kind of giving you the entire thing, the entire style sheet anyway. And not only that, but by doing it this way, I'm duplicating rules. I'm hoping the bundling does a good job, but I don't think it does anything with duplicate rules. Use button border radius 0.4 rem. Oh, right. Thank you. 0.4 border radius. Oh, border radius. Var O1L. Use button border radius. Save. Okay, we aren't going to see it yet unless by some magical fluke CSS autosync actually picked up, which it didn't, and now I'm getting this error thing. Why? What even is that? No, we're not going to see it until I restart the app. How annoying. I can get rid of that. If anyone is interested in finding a better way to do the table, keep the header fixed, and make the body scrollable using only HTML and CSS, this is a CodePen that you can fork and come up with your implementation. This is the one that I'm using. That's why I told it to have the whole green highlight, where I have, again, th div wrapper called header styles or something. Header wrapper, and then a border left and right on header wrapper, or no, a border top and bottom on header wrapper, and then on the th and tds in the header, border left and right. It still does that weird thing. Okay, back to the app. And we see our buttons with the nice rounded corners. We can't. Oh man. I don't even see the styles getting applied anymore. So in the flyout wrapper, CSS, which would be this one. Nope, which would be this one. Why do I have C#? I don't know. This is the editor. Where's the wrapper? Field mapper flyout. Oh, that's why it's called field mapper flyout, not flyout wrapper. We have buttons. So first of all, the flyout itself must have the O1L library style class. And you can see that here. Flyout mapper wrapper, O1L flyout wrapper, or O1L library style. The wrapper, like M&M, close. Close. And then any button inside of this flyout wrapper, that's this selector, should have all of my base button styles. And we can see that it's getting, yeah, that's weird. It's getting the blue background, yeah, I guess it is this. So why don't you have border radius? Dear Sir or Madman. O1L use button border radius and border radius. Yeah, so it should be right under padding. But it didn't refresh is what's going on. Failed to load bundle. Failed to load the bundle. Sumimasen. 7124. Local host 7124. No. Where'd you come from? Canada. It's there. It's loadable. It's not a 404. You're a 404. You're so weird. There we go. Okay. And then the next thing that I want to do is to style the BTN. I guess I'm calling them BTN cancel confirm, which is just going to be primary. I also have link. I also have success. No, I don't. I don't know what else I have as far as buttons are concerned. But that's what we'll style now. And I started to do that in separate mix-ins. But as you can see, if I import those individually, then I'm duplicating all of this when it transpiles the SAS to CSS. So what do I want to do instead? The thing that I really would prefer to do is to add my rules here. And I do have a list of those on a different computer, so I'm going to pull that up real quick. Come on. Oh, I'm all waiting for it and it's already shown up. Okay, that would be this. And copy this text, put it into my notepad on this computer so it's easier to get to. I will put it here. Button classes are in the order of these. Pasta. Okay, so these are all of my button classes. If for close, we're going to have a background of none, or transparent specifically, except that I don't want that. I do. Transparent. And then for the hover, we're going to use the primary hover. I kind of want the dark-ish color. Border, none. And then color is going to be primary text color still. Oh, and you are going to be hover. So we won't see that because I'm not using a modal yet, but I can easily change that by telling this to display as modal, which would be handle toggle handle show. Oh dear. Which is going to be this. Which is going to be this. Here. Okay, if I cancel, hot reload should have worked for that at least. So forget you, hot reload. Oh man. I give you one more chance. Nope. Dagnabbit. I mean, it's easy to move on and, you know, do the whole stop and restart the app thing. But like when you're expecting it to just give you the hot reload functionality, it would be nice. I don't see, oh, maybe I don't have the close button in this dialog. I don't think that the field mapper has a close button because you need to choose either map or cancel. So we'll have to wait until we get to, the content to show up for the actual field mapper editor, because this one has a dialog that will show up, or a modal that will show up that has a close button in the top right. Right, and there's also something else that I need to remember. Oh man, there's going to be so much to keep in mind. So where were we? We were in the field mapper. No, we were in the button styles, button mixins, because this is the close button in general. This could be a button that actually says the word close, and I don't want it to appear like this every time. The only time that I want it to appear like this is if it is icon only. And did I make that O1L? Icon only. Where was the thing we were just looking at? Value transformation details. Oh. Ow. We were just looking at it. Oh, this one. Okay, you are O&L button icon only. So if there are any extra styles that I want to put on a button, on a close button by default, I would put that here. And then any additional rules that I want to put on the button icon only. Although, I think I want the button icon only to have styles as well outside of a close button. Oh man. Oh, doesn't matter. We'll leave it. It's good. Oh, and I have it here. So this should apply before the close button with button icon only. That way it can override any styles that are put there. Button remove, add. Didn't I have a cancel? Did I actually name you cancel? Oh, itchy ear. No. Yes. Yes, I did. Dang. What am I doing to myself? So an O&L button cancel is going to have a wonder if refrigerator here. No, I won't. An O&L button cancel should have a background transparent. And I like to make my cancel buttons look like links. Another alternative is we could make the cancel button have a red background and look like a danger button. But yeah, I typically make it look like a link. So what I'm going to do then is add in a couple of colors. Use link foreground color, maybe. Yeah, and I do have a color called default link. So that is going to look like background transparent. I keep doing that. I put a dash for my background because I'm so used to typing background color, but I've been wanting to set the background itself. That way, if you override this, then you could just change the background so that you can do stuff like gradients and images and whatever else you want. Border none. And you are not going to be primary text. You are going to be link color. And I wish we could just see this. Not you. But we can't, because hot reload and CSS autosync are just not working. Welcome back. Control F5. Anyone? Refresh. Oh man, I think I just maybe forgot to tell the state. Data file mapper state. Data field mapper state. Data field mapper state. Does anyone know where I put my data file mapper state? Here. Fly out, please. Hot reload? Yeah? Yeah, hot reload? You're just gonna work? Is that a root edit? Nope. Oh man. I don't get this, man. Like, everything was working so cleanly when I was putting RMA water together. CSS autosync, reload, and just all of the tools that were intended to make the development process so much easier. And now it's just, they're not there anymore and they're not working. So there must be something that I am doing differently that's causing it to not work. That's where I go with that. Okay, my cancel button did not get the styles. ¿Y por qué no? My cancel button has button type button, ONL button cancel. And if we look at our button mixins, ONL button cancel. Aha. Uh-huh. 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 It's a button with that class. That's what I forgot. Please, can I just control F5? No. What if I refresh like 80 times? Will you be ready then? No. This makes me sad. You were doing so well. Okay, there we go. That's not what that, no. That's not the color that I chose for my button link. Use link color is not defined. Oh, and I'll use link foreground color. I mean, there isn't going to be a background color, so can I edit this, please? Thank you. Use link foreground color just to see what it looks like. That's what I wanted it to look like. Then on hover, I would like you to give me a text decoration underline, just like a link would, and a filter brightness 110%. Which again, we're not going to be able to see, so let us tell this thing to do hover. Or focus, I guess, hover and focus. And we're going to create a rule for :hover, :focus, and add these two properties. Okay, turn hover off, and no, I said turn hover and focus off. There. Okay, so that's what it should end up looking like when it applies those styles. Good. Good, good, good. Okay. Whew, that took a little bit more effort than I wanted. So I'm gonna push those style changes as a mini commit. Apply button styles. Oh, I didn't even finish with all of them. Button remove is going to be background. Where am I using button remove? That's the minus sign. And so I don't want it to look like a full button. I just want it to be an icon button. App mixin button, no background. I want everything but this first line. And that way, include button no background. That sounds Nihongo. Button no background desu. Include button no background. And we want the text to be text danger. Yeah, we want the text to be text danger. So let's do O1L, use danger color, which is going to be bar default danger. And finally, O1L, use success color. It's going to be this one. Okay, so your background, I mean on your foreground color is going to be var use danger color. I forgot a semicolon. I'm gonna go up to here and let Copilot give me my nope. Wrong. I'm gonna let Copilot be wrong. Thank you. The edit button. Oh, right. The edit button. I like to use the warning color for edit. Even though it's not really, it doesn't really warrant warning. These will, yeah. Warning. But warning is usually that orange color. But if you see a pencil with an orange color, you typically know that that means edit. So we're gonna make you orange. Although my edit button is currently the word edit and not an actual pencil. So let's change that real quick. That is inside of the field transformation. BTN edit. Field mapper editor is what I said. And we're going to make you our edit icon. So icons edit, which doesn't exist yet, but it will. And let's go to our icons, add an edit icon. Close, but not quite. Edit at SVG. I want to know what you give me for an edit icon. It looks like you didn't close your SVG, but it did give me a path. But what does Copilot have for an edit icon? Inquiring minds want to know. Which we're not going to be able to see yet. Oops. 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 Ops. Ops. Forgive me. This is yours. Yeah, it's pretty much going to be the same as this one. Kind of want to turn that into a mix in as well. We'll find out. Okay. How am I going to get that to show up without content? I need the content to work, but those should be all the styles that we need for our buttons. Oh, I wanted to see this though. So what I'm going to do is still go ahead and put an icon up here. Actually, just give me, I can't. Give me this. Speaking of, the field mapper does not have interesting. The field mapper didn't import the button styles yet. Sorry, the wrapper file mapper. That's what I meant. Where's your isolated CSS file, please? Right there. Okay. So one thing that we need for Jill is to I'll put it here. So this should be the if styles. Yeah. Then we'll do button, include button base style. Button mixins. Oh, again, the lag. Sorry, but my humming along, singing along. And I will add the screen reader onlys to everywhere else. What I was saying is, sorry if my singing along to the songs has lag and it was lagging behind the song, just making it annoying. These two buttons need I'll give you to an O1L BTN icon only style. I think that'll be fine. Okay, save all of those changes. See if we need to rebuild. Well, we're gonna have to anyway, because like, here's probably what's happening. While it's running, and maybe I said this before, while it's running, I'm creating new CSS files, which generates a new bundle.css file, which gives it a new hash, which means that it's no longer referencing the original hash CSS file. So in their attempt to be able to cache the CSS files in a smarter way, so that you can update whenever you do have a new CSS file, seems to have broken CSS autosync. Potentially. It's just a guess. Seems plausible. But then again, I don't know how it works under the scenes after we do a commit to a static file. If the linked static file actually gets updated. Okay, it looks good to me. Oh, ooh. Did I really need to set pointer on buttons? Like it loses the default pointer? And then the other thing that I would like to do is make a small version of the buttons so that I can have them be small up here. So my default button styles needs to have pointer, cursor, pointer. And I would like an O and L button small. And ism. And you can tell that these are kind of bootstrappy inspired namings. It's just I put my prefix on it. Button small is just going to be a smaller border radius. So we're going to have, not border radius, padding. Small padding. I kind of like padding small so that I can remember. And the padding small is going to be cutting down the vertical and horizontal to about 0.25. Okay, let's see what that looks like if you guys have a 0.25. Yeah. 0.25 rums works for me, and I don't need to put 2 because this will take care of all 4 edges. And then we apply this to pretty much everything. Yeah, that's going to be hard to figure out what to apply it to. O1, L, e.13 small. Because I think I want it on my add and remove, but without them being on screen, it's kind of hard to tell. Other than this one here, which is in a place that I wouldn't be using it anyway. All right, is that everything? Is that all my button styles? As if refreshing is going to give me my actual styles. Why? Oh my goodness. You're so mean to me. Oh man. Hot reload not successful. Oh, browser link was not enabled on this. But again, I think that this browser link only affects if I'm running the app using Control F5. So let's do that and see if I at least get CSS autosync. I'm doing run without the debugger attached. You can see that browser link opened up. Cool. Can I put you down here? Oh no, that's my rerouted terminal. Right. Let me expand you. Make sure that this thing goes with these, please. Thank you. Wait. Thank you. Here. Thank you. All right. Let's see if this works better for us. Okay, those are the right size now. Maybe those will be button links in the end. We'll see what it looks like once we're done. But yeah, all of these are good to go. Now I'm interested in knowing what happens if we make the field mapper background just a little bit lighter. Actually, just any other color. Not that one. This one. Nope, not that one. The content. What's the content for the field mapper flyout? It's called ONL flyout panel. This one first, not the content, the panel. The panel. Why didn't I copy panel? That doesn't make sense. What are you thinking? Background color pinko. Okay, did we get autosync? We got CSS autosync on that. Got rid of it. Autosync. Okay, that's cool. I'm happy with that. I like that. All right, so git changes, mini commit for the button styles. Now let's get the content back for this flyout. That should be printing out all of our destination fields at least, at minimum. So why aren't you? Field Mapper Editor. Field Mapper Editor says that it's going to loop through all of the edit field mappings, which on initialize is going to be the field mappings that get passed in. This does not use state. That's probably where the main issue is. So that would be defined in the data file mapper. In the field mapper dialog. And here's my field mappings. Active table definition, field mappings. Am I not populating my field mappings then? console.writeLine. Field mappings. JSON serializer, serialize active table definition. What just happened? Active table definition. That's a local variable. What are you being set to local variable? This. Active definition. Active table definition found. String.empty. String.empty. Okay. So now we should have an active table definition. Did I spell it wrong? Use of unassigned. It's not unassigned. I guess if data file is null, then it wouldn't be defined. So I guess I'll do it this way. Active table definition found. Then we can do that. Else, no definitions. Or active table. No. Okay, What do you say now? Hello, the Tahayasin. How'd I do? Aside from saying it like a second grader, how'd I do? Choking on my own spit for saying it wrong. I'm doing fantastic. I hope you are well as well. Feel free to share. It still doesn't like my active table definition potentially not being assigned, but it is being assigned right here. And I've been really, really loving this attribute. Not null when. And the thing that is not null, yeah, I can't tell it. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Maybe null when, not null when true. Table definition. So what this should tell the compiler is that if this returns true, then my out variable will not be null. And therefore, if I'm evaluating this on active table definition, how about this then? Just because this is debug, I'm going to do import table definition null. And then get rid of the var. Therefore, it's assigned. Okay. Is there somewhere that I'm putting my data file mapper nullable? You. Not you, you. Taha. Just Taha. All right. All right. Was well, but you know, tragedies are strucken. So what are we doing today? Today I'm bringing back the content inside of this field mapper. I'm trying to debug why it's no longer showing me the list of fields available for the type that I have specified. And I'm also trying to get hot reload to work more consistently at the same time. So if I bring up our console, and this seems to be a little bit more chatty than before. And like, console has always been chatty on WASM, but this seems a little bit more chatty, like more errors that shouldn't be errors. These message port closed before response was received. I have no idea what that even means. Okay, when I push this button, we should get a console write if hot reload actually worked, and it didn't. And I still don't get it. Like, is it for a client? Yes, this is definitely for a client. So this part of the application here, let me show this app. Test RMA chain of custody. I'm using Blazor, not MVC. Okay, so this application here is what our sampling team uses when they go out into the field. So picture someone going out into an actual field with like grass and stuff. They dig a hole into the ground. Well, they take a hollow pipe, shove it into the ground, and then extract a sample of soil, for example. That's about this much. And they take that, they put it into a bottle, or maybe they do water instead of soil from a well. But it's just easier to explain it with soil. They put this in a container, seal that container, put a label that this application generates with a field sample ID and all of that, so that we know that no one has tampered with this. It's called chain of custody. So it gets a sample ID, the place that the sample was taken from, the type of site that the thing was. Was it a well? Was it soil? Was it whatever? What date? What time? How deep did we go to get this? And then what types of tests do we want to do on it? We want to do pH test. We want to do a test for certain chemicals, certain analytes. We want to find fluoride. We want to find certain metals in soil. So we put all of those on this document. We send that over to the lab with the samples. The lab does these tests, and then they give us back results. Thank you. And so when we get back those results, the current lab that we've been using uses this application. It's not r/track Blazor anymore. Come on, I turned off r/track Blazor and changed it over to... I know. Okay, we'll have to go to live r/track. I was pretty sure that I turned this over to use the current version of r/track. So this one is still an MVC app. So you are also right as well. I need to update this to a Blazor app, which I'm in the process of doing, but I have a million apps to do at the same time. So anyway, lab does their thing, and they upload the files that their test systems generate, which is a text file with fixed width information. This knows how to read those TRN files, the transfer files. So they choose a file, they upload it, and then they get to this screen here, where for each one of those files, it generates a lab lot. So a lot is a case of samples. So we send them 12 samples and we say we want 2 tests done per sample. Then they will make a lot for each test and each sample. So this is the combination of the samples and their results. They do the records check on it. The issue is that we're using new labs now to do the testing as well. Those new labs don't generate files in the same format that this thing is expecting. And so we need a way to be able to transform the data that those labs are generating, which kind of look like this for one of the labs, into the format that this thing expects to be able to do record checks on. And so in the process of writing that, I made it generic enough that you can take any input file, provided it has the first row is the header row, and then the rest of the rows are data rows, and any target type, C# type, and write rules in the app to map them together. So that's what this application is for. The library itself seems to be working the way that I'm expecting it to, because we have tests and all of the tests are passing, at least the last time I ran the tests. And what I'm making here is the base set of UI components in Blazor, so that when we put it into either this app here or the chain of custody application, that we would have some stock UI that we can use. Plus, I'm planning on open sourcing the data import utility, so that'll be the library itself or the library with the Blazor components on top of it that you could use. And of course, one of the features that we're going to want is to be able to sort the data and blah, blah, blah. But making data grids isn't easy, and maybe I should just use the Blazor easy data grid, or whatever it's called. Quick data grid. But yeah, at the moment, this is what we have. Cool. So this as a whole makes sense now. So what we used to have in the sample, oh man, thank you, Anna Sass Dev. I was just talking about what the application did and finished explaining. Treat us like your personal rubber ducky. Sure will. How was your stream? How did today go? I hope it was fantastic for you. I hope you had a fantastic weekend too. Tell us what you were doing. I've been lurking on your channel, which is weird because normally I can hear when you are about to raid out, but I guess I didn't pick up on it. And thank you for the message, Tetea. My best friend can prepare group Discord. YouTube channel is Dar Discord page. I want to join you. Can you send me your Discord profile? You're definitely welcome to join our Discord. It is at this link. I already have a Discord server. Just know that well, yeah. I'm starting to pay closer attention to the types of contacts that tend to happen or that might happen. We've had a few people get contacted by someone that seemed bot-ish. It did the whole hello, how are you, waited, they responded, it responded back, do you have a minute? And those conversations are typically the way that the bots start off their messages. So then I did some looking and I was like, please respond to this within 24 hours. I actually gave them 48 hours. They didn't respond. So then I just kicked them out of the server. So please refrain from doing that type of thing. Only contact people. I never get those, says Dukasoft. You are one of the lucky few. Please refrain from unsolicitedly from contacting other people within the server on a DM in an unsolicited manner. Yeah. Otherwise, I will ask questions. And if you hear me reach out to you, then just respond to me and you'll be fine. Everything will be fine. However, if you don't, then you... Why does my title still say that? Then you will be removed from the server. Simple as that. I like to keep people safe. Anyway, we had a great time working on the game engine and then fixing our union, I almost said unicorn, our union library in C# so it works like one of. Awesome. Someone was it you that was talking about that on Friday's stream? I can't remember. Someone was recently talking about the one of pattern or discrete unions. I think it might have been you. It's faster than one of. Holy cow. That's super cool. Increíble. And of course, if you do have visual things you want to share, feel free to share those. I saw that you shared your portfolio in Discord. You shared something in Discord recently. Shared any? You shared it somewhere. Resources? Shared any? Shared portfolios? Yeah. So on Friday, you shared your one of library that you are working on. Got it. So it was you that was talking about it. Tetea says, my best friend prepared group you on. If you're gonna keep spamming this, though, I may have to mute you on YouTube's. I did get your initial message, and I responded to it. So if you are a human and you can understand this, the next time that you post the same message, I'll mute you, and then if you do it again after the mute time's out, then I'll have to remove you. Comment. With love. With love. Did I say only human? hopefully I said, if you can understand me and you are not a bot. Which isn't to say only humans. Don't put words in my mouth. Unless I actually did say it that way, in which case I meant, as long as you can understand me, you are welcome. Okay. ¿Dónde estamos? We are working on getting the fields to show back up here, and we should have gotten some console out, which didn't show up there, but it could show up here. We didn't get our console out. Why not? We're not getting console out, and we're getting a error. Help! Help! So yes, ducks are welcome. Console. Console? Has anyone seen my console? Ah, okay. We have a console write error, which is when we're trying to serialize our list, we got object cycle. Duh. Because my import table definitions have a reference to the import field descriptor, which have a reference to the import file, which has a reference to a list of import table definitions, which has a list of import field descriptors, which... Thank you, Dukasoft. No, I didn't start the bot. I didn't start the LLM for the bot. Load the model before he finishes his shots. Do it. Load. Load. Internal server error 500. I'm terribly sorry, but my brains are fumbling to understand the content sent, or at least the format it was sent in. Oh, internal server error. Load the model. Oh my gosh. But yeah, thank you again, Anna. Thanks for being here. Thanks for bringing all of the friends, all of the nice people from your channel. Okay, so I need to... What? Automated realms. Automated realms. Back yet? First message always takes a little while. Holy cow! I really don't like it when the bot does this. When the messages turn into this. Clear history. Thank you. How are you doing? Yeah, that's better. On this wonderful day. It's a beautiful day to learn some coding. Thank you so much for saying that. Oh, maybe I'll learn from my mistakes one day. New JSON serializer options with loop. What is it called? It isn't called loop. It's called reference handler. And the reference handler that we want to use is reference handler dot preserve. Yeah, ignore cycles. That'll do. That should be enough for what we're trying to do. Can I interest you in a free link to One Lion's Discord server? Hey, Dukasoff, I'd be happy to join. Can you send me an invite? It's all talking like it's actually gonna be there. Oh my goodness. Do not be deceived. All right. Oh, come on. Cannot read component. I don't know what these errors are. I really, really don't. And this isn't even like a copied over project or anything. This is a brand new project using .NET, or not even .NET new, but you know what I'm trying to say. I love this kind of AI. Oh. Okay. Give me some output. Still, serialization and deserialization of system.type instances is not supported. Good grief. I'm not going to be able to deserialize my list. Got it. I mean, to serialize my list. Fine. That's okay. What I want to know then is, can you come a little closer? If we found some definitions, then number one, I want to know that they were found and how many definitions we found. Field mappings dot count. This is not null if active table definitions were found. And mapping if this dot or is not equal to 1, then put an S, else null. Okay, we're going to start with this. I forgot to mention this Discord server is for adults only. Are you an adult? Automated Realm says, of course, Duke is soft. I'm an adult. I've been around the block a few times. You're still relatively young there, Automated Realms. You've only been around for a little over a year, maybe. But I guess you do learn fast. Awesome, high five. High fives back at you, Duke is soft. The chat conversation above is an example of a conversation between the AI and the chatters of the stream. The AI is respectful, helpful, and provides brief responses to the messages it receives. It also keeps track of the full conversation between chatters and individual threads of conversation. Doesn't this seem like the instruction that the character is not separate from the actual chat history? And I know that I put the system message separate from the chat history. So weird. Why you gotta be weird? Why you can't just work? Are you stable? Are you good? Load. And it output here, 0 mappings found. So it is not mapping. It's not doing the mapping. That's going to be fun to debug. And by fun, I mean not fun at all. So we're going to have to start this up in debug. It would be on initialize that this happens. I think I know. Wait. Where's my set type? I got rid of set type? I think I got rid of set type. Do not see yourself out, Dickasoft. That's hilarious. It's really funny to me because that was one of my wife's nieces, which I guess makes it my niece. Wait, no. Was it my niece? Was it Olivia? Anyway, one of our nieces really loved Dora, and one of the episodes that I remember the most was ease the map, ease the map, ease the map. Maybe that thing was on a bunch of different episodes, but that's the one that stuck out to me. Anyway, we got 2 dad jokes for the price of none. The other bot says, what do you call a fake noodle? An impasta. Copy pasta. And the real bot, the good bot, says, why did the kid throw the clock out the window? He wanted to see time fly. They're both classics, at least. Not the worst. Okay, what am I looking for? I got rid of the set type, which means that the refresh. Oh, duh. No, we're good. I know where it is. I know what I'm doing. Oh. Not the worst. Okay. Okay. How am I going to do this? So here's how the flow of data works, from what I can recall from memory. And we will trace this, and we'll figure out where I can put this. But the data file mapper state can be provided in a couple of ways. Number one is for the app that you're using this component library in, you could wrap the data file mapper state, or not data file mapper state, the data file mapper component. You could use this thing, and that'll give you all of the UI needed to do this entire process. You could wrap that in your own cascading parameter data file mapper state. You maintain it in your app, you do whatever you want with it. It still gets the automated processes for registering the child components that are inside of that mapper state, so that when you select a file, you get notified that there is a file that gets selected, and it does the process the file if you tell it to, etc. Here, these things here, on data file changed, on active data table completed. You have all of these events that you can listen for and do operations on. The second way is if you don't provide your own data state, data file mapper state, then internally, if you're using the data file mapper component, the first thing that it does is it checks for an existing data file mapper state. If there isn't one provided through a cascading parameter, then it initializes a new data file mapper state. And if the parameter on this component is set to register self to state, that means that it's going to have all of its child components do the processes in the data file mapper state, which is cool. And then it listens for these events. The specific event that I want is this on data file changed event, because that's the one that tells the data file mapper state to kick off the process that's not the one that tells this thing to. That's the one that gets raised when the data file changes. Okay, so that's not what we're looking at. The thing that we are really looking at is in the data file mapper component, the data file picker handle file picked. Oh, which is registered. The component itself is registered to the data file mapper state right around. No, state. Take me back to state. I know where things are, I promise. Registered data file picker. The data file mapper subscribes itself to the internal event callback factory.create blah 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 handle file picked. So when this happens, it will automatically kick off the file read request. When the file is read here, this should be an import data file. This is where I need to set. Is this like the actual data set? Yeah, the import data file. This is where we need to set target type. The problem is that we're not guaranteed to have a registered data file mapper of type T. So we may not be able to get the target type even if we were saving this to a private field, for example. So I think what we can do, I'm still thinking about this on the fly, so forgive me for not saying it quickly. But what we can do possibly is have a private field that is of type, make it target type. And if we do get a registered data file mapper, then we can set target type equals type of target type. Then if we're down here and we've finished the data file read, then we can do data file, or if target type is not null, then we can do data file set target type to target type. And again, this is where I need those ignore fields and required fields. And I don't know where I have those currently. So this to do is still valid. But what to do indeed. I think the safer way to do this is in the file mapper editor. During our onInitialize, it can't be here. This doesn't depend on state. What about in the flyout? The flyout passes the field mappings that are a parameter, and this is inside of the data file mapper. So in the data file mapper, this is where we would want to do it. On data file changed. Okay. That's where we're going to do it. So in this on data file changed, we're going to handle data file changed. We're actually going to do it this way so that it can create the method for us. Rename it. And here, as long as my data file mapper state dot data file is not null, then we will, and this is probably going to give me a null propagation thing that we could do. We could set target type equal to t target type. And what are you missing? Those are not required. Must be non-abstract with public parameter list constructor. I was starting to wonder if I really want that to be a constraint. But I guess, I mean, we can. Because what if we wanted to map it to... Yeah, we're gonna keep that as a constraint. Yeah, and here it is. We can just do question mark dot set target type. And what I'm hoping I wrote for this is when we do set target type, it will initialize the target field mappings. Therefore, ceteris paribus, this will work. After it builds, it's waiting on it. T target type must be a reference type, blah, 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 blah. Take me back to idata file mapper state. Yay. Oh, come on, class. Anyone else that I missed? I'm sure that there's one more place that I need to put the constraints, probably on the component itself. This is one place. Now, is there anywhere else? Excuse me, you can, did save, build. That one should go away. Oh, right. On the implementation. Oops. Herkadurka. Don't mind me. I'm just being naive. All right, we got a build. Let's see if this will display my list of editable mappable fields. Place your bets, place your bets. What do you think? Are we going to actually get it? Question man. Whoosh. Yes. Spamtastic. Okay, so we got some fields. Select a field, we get an edit button. Here's our edit modal. But our modal doesn't look like a modal currently because I didn't apply the modal styles to this component yet, but that's what we're doing next. Yes. So we're looking good so far. This didn't get the button styles either. Yeah, and then there's just some weird, I really want to clean up this UI weirdness with tables and T heads being sticky and so hard to just make it work the way it was supposed to, intentionally, initially intended. This is the field transformation modal. It's an O1L modal. And so if we look at your isolated CSS, we see that you don't have one currently. Awesome. Field transformation. Field transformation configuration.razor.sass. Don't give me no sass and keep your self safe. With love. I'm gonna uncheck all of these CS files. I know why I put them up there because they aren't the isolated or the backing CS files, whatever it's called, the code behind files for the components. And so I wanted them to be somewhere easier to see. They're just in the way now. Okay, this is called this. Oh, come on. Pasta. Good job. And O1L modal. Does it really need to be a table? I mean, you could build one yourself with components. Correct. I could build my own data grid, but I haven't found an easy way to style it in such a way that the header will stay fixed and the body will scroll while maintaining the correct size of columns without using JavaScript. So if I were to do it using JavaScript, it would be relatively simple because for a given column, I would find what is the maximum bounding box horizontally. And then I would set the column widths to be equal to that. But because the structure for this, for a grid, with scrollable area would be something like div grid container div grid div class grid header row. And this will have the same number of div elements as the content, as the body content. But in order to keep this part fixed and the rest of it scrollable, I would have to have them in two separate containers. And so this would be my first row of data. Ugh. And then this would be my second row of data with no spaces, no breaks, no container divs, unless I made each individual row another div. But this would be a grid, and I would have to style it so that the columns are the right width. So this could have content that takes up maybe 1 character in length. And then these could be like, this first one takes up a lot of space because I'm quite verbose when I write my commit messages to Git when I commit. Whereas the next row could just have F. And so the content inside of the grid bodies grid for that first column would be much wider than the header column. So I need to find out for all of the data, for each cell, for each column, what is the widest width it would get, and then apply that to the header for each column. If I did it like this, which is how I have done it, excuse me, how I have done it before, this might actually work as I'm thinking about it now. Right, these aren't headers. These are data item or something. And then these are data header. I think I've done it this way before. This could work, to be honest. If I said that the data header was the thing that was position sticky, top 0, and the grid container was, of course, grid container. This might be a good idea, Dukesoft. Thank you for having me explore this. Was position relative. And this is the thing that was like height 100%, overflow, auto. This could work. Because then all of the columns in this are going to be oh yeah, okay. So this one has a trade-off with a CSS functionality that is still solvable, a lot easier than it is trying to get a fixed table header without the borders doing the weird stuff that they do. Which is that, let's say that I wanted my rows to be alternately colored, the backgrounds. So I add an alternate color background, and I have a select type of functionality where I can click on any of the items, any of the cells in that row to select that cell and highlight the entire row. They would all essentially need their own div, class, row select indicator. That would need to grow and shrink the same size as the vertical size of the row. And then this would essentially be, if any of these are selected, so they would all have a selected class, or maybe just this thing would have a selected class, it would overlap them or underlap them and be the thing that provides the highlight background type of situation. It's still doable. It's still possible. I'm going to put that on the side. Hello, Napalm. Definitely better late than not at all. So good to see you. I hope things are going well for you. I'm writing this one down, Dukesoft. So again, thank you for asking and encouraging me to explore. Okay, so I have that on the side. We may likely do that. I'm just ready for a vacation. The reason that data grids were hard, or are hard for me, is because I want to make them generics, and I want to display the properties based off of, or display the columns based off of the property descriptions like you see in our current standard data grids. You typically add a data grid component, add a data grid column child component to it. You specify how you want it to be formatted and displayed. But in this case, we don't need to do that because we're going to have a data structure, a data table that will inform us of what columns to display and what data is in each of those columns values. Hiccups. And then the same thing with the destination data. It's going to be in an expected format, and we don't have to account for any random type that's going to populate this data table. It's always going to be a data table object. Okay, so where was I? O1L modal with the O1L library styles, and we import SAS. Oh, wait. Oh, because it's 2 levels up. SAS modal mixins. Save. Okay, what do you say? Do we get hot reload now that we did the or CSS autosync is what I really meant to say. No, because this is a brand new isolated CSS file, so typically we have to restart. We had a new isolated CSS, so we won't be able to test that just yet. Napalm says, I'm just ready for a vacation. I hope you get to have one very soon. Closing div tag. Where did I open a div? Oh, probably when I deleted. I'm just going to Control Z. There. Now if it, so what happens is if you delete a div with like Control X, then the one that it finds to be the closing div, it usually clears it out so it looks like this. And so what I think happened was when I deleted one of the divs up here, it did that down here somewhere. Either that or that's just a completely different file. Okay. So here's this. Here's our thingies that we can map, our mappable fields. And there we go. We got our dialog. So yes, we don't have rounded corners on our default modal, and the button styles are not applied. So I wonder if I should do it that way. For a modal, would a modal mix-in depend on the buttons mix-in? Entirely possible. So for example, here, Napalm says, so I talked to someone who used to work at Pulumi, TLDR, cross languages, infrastructure as code components, write once, use in any supported language, is still a state described as a nightmare. Such a bummer. I did get it working, but I cannot in good conscience recommend it. That's the route that TBD is taking, though. He's using Pulumi to write his IAC stuff with Kubernetes. So is it more of a nightmare than using Terraform or some other technology, language, whatever it's called, describer for IAC? It's fine if you stick the same language for reusable components. Stick to the same language for reusable components. Okay, so it's when you are cross-pollinating, when you are polyglotting. If you're in a shop where DevOps folks want Python and web folks want TypeScript, there is a problem. Okay, I think I want buttons in here. Let's see what that does. Okay, how about now? Did we get CSS autosync now that we are running with the wolves with browser link? turned on. Kind of looks like no. Yeah, I think we still need to run with Control F5. That's sad. And it opened a new terminal. Okay, whatever. That's fine. That's fine. You didn't have to reuse the one that was already there. Okay, here is our edit field. All right, so the close button is not small. It needs to be small. The header needs to be not wrappable, but I think that is due to the min width, max width, maybe. These buttons are great. I mean, I would still want them to be, ooh. I don't like the remove turning white on hover. I still want it to be brightened, but that's a good size for them. Okay, hover is actually going to be filter brightness. 110%, I think, is what I put for the link, and color is going to be unset. Dukasoft is waving with a bit ducky. Still didn't apply. Come on. Whatever. What's up with you and your styles? Yeah, so there's still a few styles that look like they are missing that I thought that I put in the modal, like the border radius, for example, in modal dialog, but I'm not seeing a border radius. So this would have border radius of 0.4 rem. So that would look like that. There should be a shadow, a drop shadow, and a border. Could have sworn I put a border on here. Primary modal border. Interesting. Because it's a black border. And you're supposed to be the light color. Oh, head border. There we go. Just like that. The button in the header. This is, for those of you that are game devs and work in Unity, this is, what I'm doing here is kind of like editing your, the properties of an object while you're in run mode, while the game is running. And so if I hit the refresh button, I'm going to lose all these changes. I was looking for the button. The button. What if I gave you a class of O1L BTN small? Yes, good. Then I need to reposition you, would be the other thing. Oh man, that was very itchy. I found the hair that was itching me. I kept scratching my shoulder. I don't like this being the times button. I really need to get an X button that is bigger. Maybe. What happens if you are styled to be position absolute top 0.4? Oh, I see. Right. 4. Kind of looks like you were. Yeah, and then this one I'd want to set to a fixed width and height instead of relying on the padding, because the padding is making it look very odd. Very odd indeed. But we'll figure that out here in a second. Okay, but we do have a modal, which is cool. So let's apply this O1L button small to the flyout, to the field transformation configure. So this thing. And what else? Right, the border and stuff to the dialogue. And I think I want this to be clip instead. Overflow clip probably be what I'm really looking for. Modal mix-in. Instead of overflow hidden on the actual dialogue, we want overflow clip. And yeah, here it is. I don't have the border on there at all. Interesting that I have a border radius on the content. This looks like something Copilot would have given me. Okay, so then I need to position any close buttons that would appear in the modal header, which is going to be here, position absolute top 0.2, right 0.2. Font size is 1.4, white space, no rep. Okay. This is still not positioning where I'm expecting it to. What's up with you, close button? Is it because this is supposed to be called O1L button close? Yeah. And how about on the title itself, just so we have space for the close button, we give it a margin right padding right of 1 rep. Look, CSS autosync is working. Still looks odd. I think there needs to be a padding top and bottom. Yeah, it does look better. I was just thinking it was taking up too much space, but it looks better this way. I don't like the relative size of this header to this header. Yeah, that's better. Ooh, in which case... Oh, you're good. I'm happy with that. This button, so we don't have button styles on the field mapper component. Field mapper. Are you the regular mapper? You look like the... Why can't I tell? Dialog. Editor. You will get served. Button styles. Yeah. And I'm okay with putting it inside of the table because the only place buttons will appear here are in the table. Oh, but I also need to do button wrapper, otherwise it's going to apply to the table itself. Yes, look at that. Beautimus. Okay, and I am also planning on putting default styles on all of the input elements as well as the select element. I think this is an example of me using that grid approach that I was talking about earlier, where I have a 2-column grid, and I will possibly be locking the first column, the first row. I will want a selected item. Oh, I need varying items. Wait, why isn't this showing me? Oh, it is. And it does work. Okay. I was wondering why it wasn't showing me more than those two, but the question is, why is it showing me 2 when we're collapsed? It should only be showing me 1, I thought. Oh, it's showing me the current value and the output. Duh. And then this is showing me distinct values. I got this. I remember how this works. So we'll get the on hover effect, we'll get the selected and active item. And thank you so much for the follow. I have I don't have it displaying the names of people that follow in case you just wanted to follow and lurk, but you're always welcome to say hi, to introduce yourself. To ask questions, to make comments, whatever you feel like doing, whatever you're comfortable with. I think I might actually apply the small to these. Yeah, and then I'll move the minus next to the edit button since it looks like it's gonna fit fine. Let's do that. I do love Copilot for documentation. True. Oh my goodness, yes. So the reason that I have all of I don't have any warnings about missing XML comments because I have generate documentation turned on is because I'm able to just prompt Copilot to fill in my documentation, my XML docs for me. Waits impatiently. Was there something I said I was going to do that I'm making you wait for? We are applying the small to the remove button, to the add button, to the edit button. Where did the edit button go? The edit button must be... I asked a question. I probably missed it. Is the answer in this post anything close to what you're looking to do? The answer is we have a table with position sticky. I would like to set border styles on my sticky table header, but I don't want to use transparent background color. How can I achieve it? Here's the problem. Let me see the fiddle. Hopefully the fiddle is still up. Okay, yes, yes, yes. That is the issue, definitely. Now, the recommended answer. Problem occurs because the use of border collapse oh, but set border spacing to 0. If this is right, that's going to be so awesome. Okay, so this is the exact issue. This is me using table border collapse right here, because I thought that table border collapse is how you get the gap in between the thingy to be gone. But if I do border spacing 0 instead, oh my goodness. Thank you, Dukasoft. You are amazing. That's perfect. That is perfect. All right, well, let's change this one to accepted. And for whatever styles I have on here, on V3, I'm going to put that on accepted. Aha. And then I will put yeah, why not? The issue. Oh, actually what I want to do is using border. Oh, I can't just push home to get to the beginning of this row code. Border collapse. Collapse. I should have used border spacing 0. Yeah, the thing that I don't like about the border spacing is that I think it still does 2 borders side by side and it makes it thicker, but it's still a much better look and feel and approach than what I was trying to do with the other version. So I'm gonna revert 1 back to the original. I'm going to change. I'm just going to put this at the end because it is the most recent one. We're going to make UV4. V4 accepted. Here we're going to do my original styles on table, which was border collapse. Collapse. See how thin the borders are on border collapse? That would be most desirable, if you know what I mean. But I'm still happy with this. Where is the level that I need for you? And hash v4. T head tr th. Actually, no, it was just on the table, wasn't it? Border spacing 0 border collapse unset. Oh, there is a table. Oh, right. T head position sticky top 0. There we go. And then I'll get rid of the description up here. That's perfect. What happens when I do border width 0.5 pixels? Not on the table, on T head and TR TH TD. Apparently Control D is not duplicate in CodePen. Does this look more like a 1 pixel border in the end? It does not. That's okay. Again, I'm still really happy that it just works. If you use border collapse separate and fashion your borders to sit on one side, the borders will truly attach to the TH. They stay fixed. So I actually have to specify border collapse separate. I thought that might have been the default. Let me just check, because I don't like setting properties that are the default. And I thought that there were only 2 values for border collapse. Yeah. Yeah, initial value is separate. So what I really want to do is initial. Okay, and then fashion your borders to sit on one side. So what they mean by that is borders on 3 sides and not the left. I'll try this just to see what it looks like. But why are you doing 2 pix still? I would want them to be 1 pix, and this might not work for 1 pix borders. I keep trying to find it in Visual Studio. Okay, so they have, I'm going to pull this, not you, actually you can close. I'm going to pull this over here, but I am using the Stack Overflow. Found. Okay, so in my TH, it's actually going to be T head. Well, that'll be fine. We'll do it in the TH TD of the head. turn you into 1 pix. Yeah, and then this is the case where we would do, oh man. T head, first child. Actually, no, we can just target the TD and TH individually. Border bottom. Can also run the snippet. I could, but I want to see it applied to my data. For example, having border table border custom CSS prop. So that they're not bright white. Like so. And that looks thin-ish. So now I need the first child. On the left. And that's it. Let me just do it this way, because this is not going to work for me. TD border border top. Oof. Border right. Border left. Okay. I don't know where this extra space came from. Then I don't have to worry about removing the border bottom. Then on my THs, I have top right and bottom. And on the first child, we have left. Okay. Yeah, so it still looks like the same thickness so far with border spacing. And I'll write separate here just to 100% show that we are doing it the same way they are. Separate. And then I need the TDs, not just in head, but in the rest of the content, which I'm going to do like this. T body, TD is going to be bottom and right. Not 2 pix. Oh, no, it still looks like 2 pix wide. And then first child on TD. Not first child. First of type. I think maybe we want first of type there. But I mean, it still visibly looks the same to me where it has the same thickness of border. without all of the extra classes. Rules. So here is the applying all of the stuff from the code pen. We'll hold that over here. And then here is getting rid of all of the extra, what I would consider fluff that did not need to be specified. And that's actually, oh, right. This actually still needs to be separate. Initial. Yeah, okay, so comparing those two, except that it still says getting your image ready for my screenshot. Hopefully it'll open my screenshot folder. I don't know where my screenshots folder is. Does anyone know where I put my screenshots? Dropbox, maybe? Screenshots? $2024. The last screenshot in this folder is from March. Users, I am screenshots, nope, pictures, screenshots. 2024, 11/18. Okay. So with their stuff, without scaling, it does look a little thinner. It does look a little thinner. Where's the zoom level? It looks thinner. So we'll add what I would consider all the fluffs. And Redneck says, I've been working with generics so much lately. TH translated to T. Generic T, H, parentheses, when I heard it, into a method that is a generic of T. Okay. So, yeah. Let's get all that back. Leave it here. All right, we're going to apply these styles to the table. Let me finish up where I am currently, which was styling these buttons, I believe. This button, this button. I was making you small. So you should be O1L button small on edit. And then I want the remove button to be in line with that button as well. What does that look like? The value transformation configuration is inside of something called value transforms wrapper. This might be difficult to do. Wait, that's not the editor. This is the editor. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go ahead and start. That'll be in a separate commit. I was going to say I'll start preparing for it, but not yet. So this is the field picker, and is it the field picker that has the edit button? It is. But no, and it's inside of a div. Okay, but what are you actually wrapped in? Output targets column. So it's a cell, not a column, buddy. Friend. Speak friend. Which doesn't really matter because the thing that does matter is the wrapper around the field picker. Oh man. Gosh, I need to look at this closer. He spoke friend, I think. Or he's just randomly shouting out fruits. I'm gonna leave it like that. We're gonna come back to it because I really want to get this table thing applied because it looks good. It looks better than what I had. This was more refactoring of CSS, but which components, I don't know. Which then would make me probably want to use a table for the examples, for the sample outputs. We're waiting for that. Thank you so much for the follow. I do have names turned off, or I keep saying it that way. Excuse me. I don't have names showing for who followed, just in case you wanted to follow and lurk and just hang about and not really get attention on yourself. Or if you do feel like it and you want to, feel free to introduce yourself. Say hi. I am going to typey away. Another screen for 12 seconds. Oh, welcome on in. The thing that we are currently doing is some UI work for a library that I am writing to be able to import an Excel workbook or CSV, turn it into a C# class of your choosing so that we can put this in one of the applications that we're using where we're getting data from a lab that's in some random format. The only things that we can be sure of is that the first row is a header row, the rest of the rows are data rows. And yeah, so we need a way to be able to map those to our expected object type. And then I F12'd on this because I was looking for love in all the wrong places. I was looking for the list of original to transformed values, and they are currently in a grid. But I could turn this into table now that we have a fixed head scroll that doesn't have the issues that we had before. And that way it'll be easier to select a row That's going to be great. That's going to be fantastic. Did you come up with something yet, Copilot? Thanks. Mini commit. All right, let's apply these styles to the table. First thing we're going to do is update the table mix-in. Which I don't have open. And the updates that we need are to the main table itself. So we don't need to set border collapse at all, because border collapse by default is going to be separate, which is what we would set it to. But what we want to change is border spacing. Turn that to 0. Then T head is good. You're good. No more header wrapper. No more display flex. We will have the border, but this is going to be border. Oh man. Give me a second, I'll figure this out. I bet Copilot would write "you're crazy" as my commit messages. You are, though. But crazy isn't bad. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about box sizing. Don't worry about align items. So I'm putting a border on everything. I'm putting the padding on everything. I am setting the TD. No, not the TD. This is only going to be TH. Header TH. Defaults. I'm going to do TH and TD. Best compliment of the year, thanks. Awesome. We get to be in the same club, in the same guild. Is that what you would prefer to call it? Guild of Crazies. Oh, how am I going to translate this to this mix-in? We're going to have the TD have no border bottom, and we're going to have the TH have no border left, TH and not last of type, first of type. Border left, none. And I have heard things before about setting a border and then unsetting one border, like bottom or left. I don't know what to think about it. And then same thing with you. Border. And not first of type. Remove the left. Although, wasn't there one other border that wasn't on TDs? Border top. Okay, so we will do it this way for this one. Right and bottom, and then and first of type We'll see if I got this right. This is a lot of work just to get a sticky header on a table. You would expect it to just work. What? Yeah, I have no idea if this is right. I can't I can't really see anymore. This one just took me in too many loops, and I'm like, is this even gonna be good? Was there anything on TRs? There was nothing on TRs. Was there anything that I missed? No. Okay, we should be good. So the other thing would be our structural changes, so that anywhere that we're using a table with a header, we do not want to wrap the header in a header wrapper, unless we're going to do something like have a span, not a span, a flex, so that we have maybe the header with some controls, and those controls would be sort, filter, all of those types of things. And there's this other one, which is here. You don't need to be called header wrapper anymore. You don't need to be called header wrapper anymore. Good. Good. The other place that we just saw was in the field mapper editor. And we no longer need you guys in wrappers. Delete. Delete. Okay, I think that should do it. Let's run the app and see what we get. I guess I should do a search for anywhere else that I might be using a table. I'm so blind now. Yeah, so you're good. You're good. We're good. We're good. Everything's good. Where are my styles? Give me my styles back. Actually, did you not compile? Bathroom is calling me. Well, answer. Pick up the phone. There are some errors because the file is in use. Got it. Got it. That's fine. And the file is in use because of this. Right, because I've been using Control F5 and not .NET Watch. All right. Data, data, data. When did I push Windows R? Whoops. That can go away. There are my files. So here's an example for anyone that recently tuned in of picking a a CSV file. It reads it, turns it into a data set with one data table. Since it's a CSV, it doesn't have multiple sheets or anything. But if it's an Excel file with multiple sheets, any sheet that has data, well formed of course, would get turned into a data table as well, where the sheet name is the data table name, and then we extract the columns and values and stuff like that. But look at it. It looks off center because it doesn't look like the TH left, border left, is being removed. Yeah, I don't see the selector here for and colon not colon first of type. Did it apply to first of type? Yeah, okay. So let's look back at this mix-in. Yeah, I don't think these are applying. The and th and td. If I recall, in SAS, you cannot select or in just CSS in general, you can't select something like some class name followed by the element type. It just doesn't make sense to do it. And so the combination of this th and td would give us thtd, which is not an element selector. So what do I do? How do I? Well, this one's easy. This one we just do and not first of type. Which still doesn't work because the TD. No, it would work with the TD because there's only one TD in my first row. So that works for that. But how do we get the bottom border? If I did and first of type, it would apply it to both the TD and the TR. TD and TH. And I don't want that. I really need it to be only applied to the TD. Maybe if I did this, border top, border right, and first of type, border left. Then we don't get any vertical, or what's the word I'm looking for? We don't get any horizontal borders other than on top. And then for our TR, we can do and last of type THTD border bottom. Oh, look at that. That is nice and clean. Thin borders just the way that I wanted them. That way, if you say you want a 1-pix border, you get a 1-pix border. If you want a 5-pix border, you get a 5-pix border. That's perfect. Thank you, Dukasoft. Let's check in our dialogue. Right, I didn't turn you into a table, but you are a table. That does have 3 columns. I don't know why you aren't border spacing 0, but that's fine. We'll fix it. This minus sign really... Oh, it's for that entire group, right? I don't know what the 3rd column in this table is for. The error, the possible error. So I can fix that, definitely. Yes. Yes. This minus sign probably belongs up here. Keep that in mind. Minus on field transformation configuration. Minus for each value transformation should probably be next to the select element. Okay, noted. Welcome back. Oh wait. I like the music out of playlist. I don't have a shareable playlist. Can I share this playlist? I don't think I can share the playlist. I'm using an app called Slipstream, and it's just look for anything by Purple Cat. You can find Purple Cat also on Spotify. Maybe I'll make a Spotify version of this playlist. That was probably a bad idea. And now he's back. I can share individual tracks, but I don't think I can share the playlist itself. This music. Yeah. Yeah. I have a lot of stuff by Purple Cat in the playlist. This one is by Mr. Milk. You can see down there at the bottom the actual title of the song and who's playing. You are quite welcome. But I think it would be a cool idea if I could get this playlist into Spotify and be able to share that. Because I know that Purple Cat is on Spotify. I just don't know if all of the artists are. So like Mifune. Yeah. There's just so much Purple Cat that if you look up at a random moment, other than now, it would be Purple Cat. Such a good artist. Cool. And here is Purple Cat on Spotify. Thank you so much, Duka Duka. Beautiful. All right, well, we are making some really good headway on styling these components. This is looking good so far. Do I need to make that darker? I mean, with the default styling, it's not going to look super good because it's just shades of gray and maybe a couple of blues and orange and yellow and green. But for the most part, it's just some dark shade of gray with a lighter shade of gray with the lightest shade of gray. Yeah. I think we'll just leave it as is. But we do have now the majority of our field mapping capabilities back. What does it look like if we try to apply a field mapping, value mapping, like appending taco to your value. And that's what you want. And so your input value is this, your output value is this, and it does happen for all of these. So let's go ahead and style this thing here. Let's turn it into a table actually, and then it'll get the styles that it needs. So to do that, we go to our field mapper editor, and down here where we have our grid of sample values, which is configure. It's in the configuration. That is down here. Here. Results preview, which means that we turn this into a table. We add a T head, followed by a TR with 2 THs. Oh, that's what that third one is. It's the full row select. Okay. Don't need that anymore. Wait, what? Oh, this goes in T-body. Okay. So you are THs. You will be a TR, and you're going to go inside of our T-body. Saying HTML elements is really fun. You should try it someday. Oh, good grief. Down here. Okay, good. Then for, if we are not expanded, we're only showing one row. So that's this, TR. Which, no, all right, because if we have multiple rows, okay. Thank you for reminding me. So there's our TR when we are not expanded and we have more than 0 rows. And here we're checking length is 0, and this is something that TBD is helping me to recognize that I'm doing. My code was lying to us just then. I have distinct values.length is less than or equal to 1, but I'm doing a checkup here for 0, and we know it can't go negative. So this check is saying that if we get to this point, it's possible our length is going to be less than 1, and that's not possible because of this first check. So let's fix that to say if it is exactly equal to 1 or previews are not expanded, then we're only showing one row. BB. And then for each, so this is the case where we have previews expanded and we have more than one item to display. Then we have a whole bunch of tiaras. I like saying it that way because, you know, ring tiaras could be cool. Bring it back. You, TDs. Okay, so the only thing that's missing is from this no value set, we need a TD called span2. Oh, I just did format file without seeing whether I had a code block in here. Typically, if you have an @ code block with Razor code in it, so for example down here, this, watch what happens if I format. That's so annoying. All of my if curly braces go left, and some of my elements get off-centered, and yeah, it's annoying. And it's mostly because it's looking from what I can tell, it's looking at what level are we inside of the select, for example. And so it wants to line up this element with this element, even though this is what should be lining up. Curly braces. And then this should be indented. But whatever. I could be completely wrong. In fact, I probably am wrong. Did I save? I did save. Are we still running? We're still running. Where's my hot reload? Hot reload is not turned on. Hot reload just worked. Okay, then this thingy here, now that it has a table inside of it, needs needs table include table mixins, table defaults. Didn't work. Am I in the right one? I am in the field transformation configuration. Yes. We are in the modal. We're not in. Yeah, we are. We're in the modal. Oh, interesting. I lost my flyout styles. No, I lost my modal styles. So what did I change? We have field transformation config modal, O1L modal, O1L library style. Is that still true? Field transform config modal, O1L modal, O1L library style. It is. Okay, so I probably just lost the stylings. So I'm doing a control F5. I am putting a new file, pushing this button, picking this, edit. No, lost my modal styles. Build. I mean compile. Anything? Let's compile the entire SAS library to CSS just to make sure that I don't have any errors. So I'm watching this down here to see if it says compile error. It says done compiling, which means that everything was successful. Okay, looks like we're stopping and starting the app then. Fantasmal. F5. And we do the do. Boot, push, clicky, clicky, push. Nice. Nice. Okay, so then the other thing that's going to be the thing that we're wanting to do is, as you can see, I am clicking on these rows. I mean, you probably can't hear the click because the mic does a really good job of filtering out noises like that, but I am clicking on the rows and it's changing the sample value that's in every single one of these up here. So if I had you guessed it, regex for all numeric values combined with a calculate where I want to add the first value found to the third value found. Well, output values. Why aren't my output values changing? Calculation format is invalid. Oh, right, because I'm doing the syntax wrong. I need to have a helper in there for specifying what the syntax should look like. And a shout out for Thindle. Thindle's an amazing .NET dev. He was called an expert earlier today in TBD's stream. He does know quite a bit of a lot about C#. I would consider him one of the more knowledgeable people in the C# realm. I don't think it's wrong. That's what I'm trying to say. So anyway, we have multiple transformations that are happening, and I want to change so that I can see if any of these are producing a value that I'm not expecting. What are each of the steps producing that's feeding into the next step after? So I can click on an individual value and you can see them update in real time what each one of them is giving us back as a result. Doing that, I would like it to highlight each row as I'm hovering over them to make it easier to know which one I'm about to click on. 2, make it a pointer so that you know that it's something that's clickable. And 3, for the active one to have a different style. I'm pretty sure I already have the active class on each of the TDs, but what I need the active class to be on is on the TR. So let's fix that first. Dukasoff says, in today's world where everyone's an expert, I'd say he's better than an expert. True. True. Okay. Here, active class goes on the TR now. And which I guess means, am I doing anything else with the active class? Or yeah, the only reason I put it into a variable is because I was applying it in 2 places. So here I'm just gonna do inline, like so. And then the on-click event is also going to be on the row itself and not on the TDs. Oh, we are making so much progress. We are almost at the point where we're going to put this into the actual lab data file reader and then store the templates that we create in the database. We're so close. We should be done with this by the end of the week. And then we get to work on more RMA apps that you may not have seen ever before if you have only been new to the stream since I was working on the financial management tracker. But for those of you that have been around for a while, we are going back to the full-on RMA applications. You're going to see RMA Water, RTrack. We'll convert RTrack from .NET Framework to .NET 9, essentially. We're converting all of the apps to .NET 9. But from .NET Framework MVC app to Blazor. What else do we have? We have STrack, which is currently a VB.NET WinForms app. We're going to make that Blazor, integrate it into one of the web applications. I'm so excited for this. I love this type of work. Dukasoft's hype with me. Thank you so much. I mean, it's cool if you guys get to be excited with me, but it's really difficult for me to not be naturally excited regardless of whether anyone else is. But it's more synergetic if you are excited with me. So many updates already. Lands of Evershade is out. The Kickstarter is open for it for anyone that has the means and desire for a tabletop game that is Dungeons and Dragons, the onest of lions. Game found. I love that there's a game called Puerto Rico, which is where my parents are from. It kind of means I'm kind of from there. Lands of Evershade. This game is promising to be an amazing tabletop game. I love their games. They have one called Tainted Grail that has 4 expansions, some large number of expansions that are all adventures in themselves. Again, not sponsored by these guys. I'm taking a quick break just to appreciate them because they have made an amazing game in Tainted Grail. The other game that we play from them is called Etherfields, and it's really creative. It's nice. It's fun. And both of these games are co-op games. You can play them solo, or you can play them with up to 3 other people. So a party of 4. This game you can play with a party of 5 or solo or anywhere in between. But they've learned from all of the games that they've made. So they still have the same journal approach. You don't have a dungeon master. You get journals where you encounter certain situations. You read the journal. You make decisions. You have certain statuses, etc. You just have fun reading through the story and making it through. But they made it more D&D style, where you create your own character at the very beginning. Like you have some archetypes that you pick from, but then you customize them, and I think it was something like 8,000 combinations of traits and stats and backstory. And then it sounds like the first thing that you do in the game is you play your character's origin story, or not even origin story, just starting story. You choose where you start, and then depending on that, you set certain things up, and then you play through the game. And it's just such a good, fun game. So if you can get it, I highly, highly recommend it. Support Awakened Realms. Funnily enough, even though they've existed long before my company, they have the same acronym for their company name than my company, that my company has. But anyway, hi Gabriel. I just wanted to talk about these guys. It's so cool. Such a cool company. So creative. But anyway, they just sent out a new update to this, and I'm gonna have fun looking through that. Ahorita, of course. What's happening here? Oh dear. Oh man. That's not good. I can easily fix this, but I don't know why my modal is suddenly fixed to the page scroll. That's going to be fun to figure out. But as I was mentioning before, we want the table styles to apply. Oh, we just lost all of our styles completely, is what happened. Interesting. Okay, so this has no weird overflow issues. This one might have weird overflow issues. Maybe I will add enough fields to this so that we could see so stylish, so that we could see this thing scroll. And we get 2 dad jokes for the price of 0. Where do cats write notes? Scratch paper. That one's kind of funny. Who did the wizard marry? His ghoul. Why? Why, Dukabot? Your jokes are usually really, really good. That one didn't logically follow. Let's go find our styles. Excuse me. I'd like to open this tab again. And what if from now on I spoke like this? Would it just be annoying? It would probably be annoying, especially since it's not my normal accent. And I'd probably screw up all over the place. But you're still listening, aren't you? What's gonna happen next? It's because yeah. I don't know why. It's because Okay, that is close. Control F5 to give me a new run. Oh, and there was also a shout out for Irish John Games, who started his stream. So definitely check out Irish John Games. Check out Rise of Piracy on both the MicroProse and the Steam site. Fantastic developer, very, very entertaining, very engaging with the community. He's all for that engagement. Man. Okay, so give me my styles. Good, good. And if I give you enough, yeah, so you get a scroll bar. Perfect. I do need you to be wider though. Can you be wider for me, please? Thank you. And then we have our table styles applying down here now. The thing that I said I wanted to get set up. Well, we also need our table styles applied in each of those. But the thing that I wanted to get set up was having the cursor on these be a pointer. And by pointer, I mean the actual one that you get when you are selecting links and stuff. And, oh, speaking of, I just saw one of these styles on button link that I forgot to apply, which is that button links are essentially inline text buttons. They really should just be anchors. But because it's a button that performs a task or that tells it to do a thing, then I'm making it a button. But button links would have a padding of 0, no padding at all. Come on, there you go. Because again, I would like them to be in line. If I had a whole bunch of text and I had a button link that wasn't an anchor, it wasn't something that's like trying to link you to another page. It's not trying to link you to another section of that page. It's actually trying to make another component or element do a thing. So button makes sense to me for the element type, and styling it like a link here makes sense for me too. All right. With that justified, field transformation config. This is where we have the table that we want the T body and each TR in that T body to have cursor pointer. So if this applies, good. Then we can see we now have a pointer. Then on hover, we would like to play. Aha. And I'm thinking about other things while I'm doing this. One of the things that I'm thinking about, hopefully I said that in a way that doesn't just jar you and pull you around a bunch of places, is that I would also like to make this selectable via keyboard. And the way that I would prefer to do that is to have an extra column with a select button or make active or something like that. And that way, when you're using just keyboard or you're using a screen reader or whatever, that you are able to still activate one of these rows. It is going to squish this up a bit more, but again, I want this modal to be wider anyway. It's so hard to tell if the top of this actually has rounded corners because of how close it is to the top of the table behind it. Gosh, so many things that I want to do all at once. But the point of that is, and I'm writing that down. So table in same component for previews, while expanded, add a select button to each row to make it the active preview. what we're going to do is we're going to have either hover or focus within. And that way, if the thing that has the focus is the button to set it as active, we still get the same row highlighting. We still get the same look and feel, essentially, as if you were using a mouse to move over it. Okay, the thing that I would like to do with this, how would I like to style that? When you're hovering over it, since we're in dark mode, I lost my styles again by saving that. Since we're in dark mode, I think I would like to darken the row. Let's see what that looks like. Filter, brightness. Let's do 90%. Come on, styles, come back. No? No styles are coming back? This is almost as bad as not having hot reload or CSS auto sync. What about a hard refresh? Man, time is zooming by now. Now that we're making so much progress, time is like, we're getting close to the end of your workday. Do you wish to continue? Do you know where you are? Do you know what has happened to you? I'm looking for Visual Studio. Stop this. No. Is this going to be enough water to last the rest of the stream? I really, really don't know what that is. Like, is there a way to prevent this from happening? Maybe I'll spend the rest of the stream looking that up, because it's really annoying. Well, with Dukasoft around, I'll have to take fairy sips. Make sure to always have a pinch of salt with you. Can't breathe. Oh, I love it. Blazor.net 8. This message. Does this look the same? Unhandled exception in circuit. In circuit this. Aggregate exception, one or more errors occurred. System invalid operation exception. This is a null reference exception. I mean, it's kind of close. This doesn't point to anything in my code, because like I would imagine it's one of my components that's causing this to happen. But only on Blazor server, only when it's running on server render mode. Oh wait, it is a null reference exception. Cannot read properties of null, but it's still invalid operation exception. Wonder if we would hit an interrupt if I did F5. Yeah, this looks like they have a lot more setup than I do. Like mine really is just a brand new Blazor web app. The only thing that it injects is the file reader that uses Excel data reader, something. Okay, but let's just look at these styles real quick. Maybe I'll hunt that down in a second. Oosh. I don't like the moving over. So what I'm probably going to end up doing is have a space. It'll probably be another column, but it has to be associated with each source row. Have an extra couple of, or have both of these rendered, but with visibility hidden. That way they take up the space they're supposed to take up, but they just don't display. And then when you pick an actual field, then you get the edit pencil displayed. It shows up, even though it's been there the whole time. Okay. Yes. And there we are. So that's absolutely what I wanted it to look like. Now, what do we want an active row to look like? So on TR active. Oh, right. The thing that you need to remember also is not active. Then the hover and focus within versus active, which is going to have I don't know. What would an active row look like in this color scheme? What if we got a background of some off-white color? Dang it, but that would also need to be the TR and TD, or the TD inside of active. Why don't we see a change? tr.active TD background, nothing else is overriding the background. But this one, something is overriding the background. Okay, so specificity, everyone, specificity matters. Or I guess it would be this one. I don't know if that kept it in there for me to be able to copy. It did. There we go. It's still showing that it's being overridden, even though it is more higher in the list and specificity in the list. Okay, so that and a foreground color of some dark color. But then I would need to invert the border colors as well, but only for the middle borders. Versus what would happen if we just lightened the row. It's not really all that noticeable. That's noticeable. I think I'm doing that. I'm brightening it 120%. But what about darkening it? What does that do? I think I lost it. Yeah, what do you look like at 80%? Nope. Don't like that. So definitely brightening 120%. So increasing the brightness by 20%. And we're calling it good. So that's going to be that. The only thing left to style are these tables inside of my value configurations, which might actually be here. Not inside of the value configuration. It is. Very good. Value transformation details, and here it is. Cool. So you also need a F2 copy, shift F2, pasta.blazor.sass. Compile, so it generates CSS for me. And move you down here so we can see the structure. This will probably be the last thing that we do. But we do have you in a wrapper, value transformation details. I've been trying not to wrap everything in wrappers, all of the subcomponents. This way, if you wanted them all to display on the same page and you tell it where you want it to display, like inside of here, we have the combination of the configure fields area, the thing that actually says here are the configuration inputs for the type of operation you selected. And then the table, and right now those are all in line, whereas maybe this div would be good for only this. Yeah, I think so. Then you would do table dot ONL library style, include table defaults. There are no buttons, or are there? You have any buttons? You have inputs, but no buttons. You might have a button. Whoops. Import. Do you know where they are yet? No. // sass, button mixins, and table mixins. Yeah, where is this third column coming from? Senior table. It is this. Okay, well, since I created a new isolated CSS file, we're going to stop. Control C, delete, Control F5. Man, I keep I'm trying not to what's the word? It's not really depress. The phrasing I want to use is I'm trying not to depress myself by continuing to think about this is just the library and the UI. I still need to apply this to our specific use case, which is importing a lab data file, turning it into a chem record, or whatever RTrack is expecting for that chain of custody record check thing. And also saving the templates that we create to the database. And like in my head, it doesn't seem like a lot of work, but as soon as I start trying to do it, I'm going to find complications that I'll add to it and make it take forever. So I'm trying to be reasonable with myself, but I'm also hoping for the best. I don't know what the words are. Excuse me, where's my app? Didn't I control F5? Deflux, how you doing? Deflux says, if you depress a button, it will mean for sure it will. I make these lofty assumptions that lift. Deflux, that was not a sentence in English. I don't know if you're aware. I mean, it could have been a sentence. It could have meaning, but it's not interpretable by me. All right, I applied the styles. Good. And you can see the values updating as I change my selected field. I don't know what happened to my active. That went away. So maybe I didn't apply the active the way that I thought I did. TR and active, filter brightness, table, T-body, TR, and active. Oh, because I was using the, I'm pretty sure that this is, you can get to this using a data attribute, maybe. But yeah, this was supposed to be a class, not a pseudo selector. I was trying to say if you depress a button, you will get a lifting effect upon the release. That was perfect. You said that perfectly. I do not know how you couldn't have got this from my jumbled nonsense. All right. There's our active styles. There's our hover styles. We got everything back. We're good to go. Fantastic. It looks wonderful. It looks marvelous. The thing that you can see that is happening here is that I am applying whatever changes you make to the value transformation configuration, regardless of whether you close using this button or this button, because this one takes the object reference. But this set of field mapper objects is a clone of the original set from here, which is why I have the cancel and map fields buttons. But it will only apply if you do map fields. And then if you do preview, why did that happen? That was unexpected. Oh, an error occurred. That's what happened. Bollocks. So if you do preview, apparently I have some errors that I need to handle. Maybe we can look at them real quick and get those resolved. I'll do a quick commit, but if we can get it done in the next 5 minutes, awesome. Added table styles, added styles to field transform config components. An error occurred. If this persists, please contact the program's vendor. No, don't do that. Column sample ID does not belong to table 1. This is true. This is not true. Oh, boopy. The table that is trying to be displayed when you click the preview button is supposed to be the transformed values that are a result of doing all of the things that you just mapped. When that cooperates, reply to you asking, wait, when that's corporates, oh yeah, that's corporates reply to you asking for an AV exception. Of course. We need to be able to install this. Can we just, turn off antivirus for a while. Yes. Okay. So the thing that's supposed to be displayed in this data table, which is this one, right? Show transform preview. And I was asking myself, I was saying right to you, is this one here. And I am specifying a data table, which means that it's not supposed to be doing any of the data mapper state stuff. Data table, that's what I said. Yeah, so the data table it's supposed to be using to display is the provided data table from the parameter and not the data table from the file mapper state. Good. True. So why are we getting the error? The error is happening during the actual transform process, not when it's trying to render. But this says it's when it's trying to render. Line 98. I was trying to copy or right click to copy because I thought it was PowerShell. 98. Yeah, okay. So my actual apply transformation logic is incorrect. And I think I know the reason why my tests aren't identifying it. And that's because all of my sample data for my test records, I made the field mapper have the same target type. And so it wouldn't error. What I need to do for my tests, and we're going to do this one now as our last act for today. In the test, I need to change my destination model. Which is called what? Sample data. Sample target. Fake target type. And this is going to have some fields that overlap because I need to be able to test the auto mapping, not auto mapping, auto matching type of situation where maybe I have this one as underscore this. Then I want some that are just random. So that when I am testing all of these apply transformations, I can go from my import record to my target type. Okay, so that's that. Our blocks benchmark.net right now. I need a few more words in order to understand that sentence too. Ours blocks benchmark.net. Your application, your antivirus blocks benchmark.net. Interesting. Not good. But yes, that is our day for today. I'm ending my workday. I'm going to be lurking about, but I'm moving on to doing music for the next 2 hours and enjoying myself. Maybe music. I'll find out. But we're gonna rate. We're gonna rate out. We're rating Irish John games because I can. Here we go. His stream is marked as for mature audiences. So if you aren't comfortable with colorful language, then it's probably not the stream for you. But he's a great developer, great personality. Yeah, overall good guy. He has well-meaning in just about everything he does. So I'll be hanging out there. I'll be able to hear his voice mostly, but I'll also either have music going or other stuff. So I will be back again on Wednesday. Feel free to check out any of the previous videos. I put them on YouTube in playlists to make it easier to keep track of which one is which. Feel free to join our Discord if you feel like it. There is no pressure in that. It's a pretty quiet Discord, but we have a lot of really talented, smart, cool people that hang out on our Discord. So if you ever do ask a question, you aren't really treated like, you know, a doofus for asking a question. The worst that might happen is we aren't able to answer the question or we don't get to it. But yeah, that's it. I'll be back Wednesday around the same time. I'm ending my stream early on Wednesday. Okay, ciao.